Eventually, milking cows, like this one, collapse from exhaustion. Normally, cows can live as long as 20
That had
years,
a baby, and she was scared to tell
but
her
milking
mom
cows generally die within 4,
after in the hospital, and like threw
at
it in
which
a
point
garbage
their
bag
meat is used for
and like
fast food
killed the baby
restaurants.
before eating it because she's emotionally distressed and she didn't want to tell her mom. I mean, pregnancy is really stressful and causes you to be depressed and make irrational.
At this slaughterhouse, the branded and dehorned cattle are brought into a stall.
Just for neglecting a baby.
Probably
A
not.
captive bolt gun, which was designed to reduce animals unconscious
Yeah,
without
I'm not
causing pain,
surprised. This is the world we live in.
fires a steel bolt that is powered by compressed air or a blank cartridge right
Maybe,
into
I
the
don't know.
animal's brain.
I don't think I've heard it though. What does it smell
Though
like?
various methods of slaughter are used, in this Massachusetts facility, the cattle is hoisted up and his or her throat is slit. Along with the meat, their blood will be used as well. Though the animal has received a captive bolt to the head, which is supposed to have rendered him or her senseless, as you can see, the animal is still conscious.
Yeah.
This is not uncommon. Sometimes they are still alive even after they have been bled and are well on their way down the assembly line to be butchered.
Oh yeah.
This is the largest glot kosher meat plant in the United States. Glot, the Yiddish word for smooth, means the highest standard of cleanliness. And rules for kosher butchery require minimal suffering.
Swedish fish, my dude.
The use of electric prods on
They're
immobilized
vegan.
animals is a violation.
And delicious.
Inverting frightened animals for the slaughterer's convenience is also a violation.
Yeah, it is. Sugar, invert sugar, corn syrup, which is vegan, modified cornstarch, which is
The
vegan,
inversion
contains less
process
than
causes
2%
cattle
of
to
citrus
aspirate
acid,
blood
which is
or
vegan,
breathe it in
white
after
mineral
incision.
oil, which is vegan, natural and artificial flavors, and wax,
Ripping
and
the
Red
trachea and
40, which
esophagi from their throats is another
can be
egregious
vegan or not
violation.
vegan, but if you look it up,
Since
it's
kosher
vegan.
animals are not to be
So,
touched
it's fish.
until
Oh, that's
bleeding
a funny one.
stops.
That's a funny one you got me there. It's fish. Uh-huh.
And by dumping struggling and dying steers through metal chutes onto blood-soaked floors, with their breathing tubes and gullets dangling out. This sacred task is neither clean or compassionate. Shackling and hoisting is ruled yet another violation, nor does it correspond to the kosher way of treating animals. If this was kosher, death was neither quick nor merciful. Veal, taken from their mothers within 2 days of birth, are tied at the neck and kept restricted to keep muscles from developing. Fed an iron-deficient liquid diet, denied bedding, water, and light. After 4 months of this miserable existence, they are slaughtered. Sows in factory farms are breeding machines, kept continually pregnant by means of artificial insemination. Large pig market factories will manufacture, as they like to call it, between 50,000 and 600,000 pigs a year, each. Tail docking is a practice derived from the lack of space and stressful living conditions, so as to keep pigs from biting each other's tails off. This is done without anesthetic. Ear clipping is a similar procedure, also administered without anesthetic. As well as teeth cutting. Castration is also done without painkillers or anesthetic, and will supposedly produce a more fatty grade of meat.
Yeah, man,
Electric
like this
prods are used for
finger.
obvious reasons. Handling. Electrocution is another method of slaughter, as seen here. Throat slitting, however, is still the least expensive way to kill an animal. After knife sticking, pigs are shackled, suspended on a bleed rail, and immersed in scalding tanks to remove their bristle. Many are still struggling as they are dunked upside down in tanks of steaming water, where they are submerged and drowned. In regard to poultry, Americans currently consume as much chicken in a single day as they did in an entire year in 1930. The largest broiler companies in the world now slaughter more than 8.5 million birds in a single week.
Was Jesus Jewish? Yeah, he was.
Debeaking prevents feather pecking and cannibalism in frustrated chickens, caused by overcrowding in single areas where they are unable to establish a social order. Today, done with infant chicks, the procedure is carried out very quickly, about 15 birds a minute. Such haste means the temperature and sharpness of the blade varies, resulting in sloppy cutting and serious injury to the bird. As for their living conditions, anywhere from 60 to 90,000 birds can be crowded together in a single building. The suffering for these animals is unrelenting. It is a way of life. Although their beaks are severed, they attempt to peck each other. For hens, they live in a laying warehouse, crammed inside so-called battery cages. Many lose their feathers and develop sores from rubbing against the wire cage. Crowding prevents them from spreading their wings, and the hens cannot even fulfill minimal natural instincts. During transportation, all animals suffer, and many die. And they suffocate when other animals pile on top of them in overcrowded, poorly loaded cages. Chickens are slaughtered in numerous ways. Some may be clubbed to death or have their heads cut off. But most are brought through the assembly lines of factory farms. Dangled upside down on a conveyor belt, their throats are slit, and they are left to bleed to death. Others may be placed headfirst in tubes to restrict their movement while they slowly bleed to death. Surely, if slaughterhouses had glass walls, would not all of us be vegetarians? But slaughterhouses do not have glass walls. The architecture of slaughter is opaque, designed in the interest of denial, to ensure that we will not see even if we wanted to look. And who wants to look?
Go, motherfucker! Better fucking stop!
It was Emerson who observed more than 100 years ago, "You have dined, and however scrupulously the slaughterhouse is concealed in the graceful distance of miles, there is complicity."
Fuck on, bitch! Fuck on, bitch! Fucking enemy! Are you sure about that?
And for those who think eating seafood is healthier than land animals, just remember how much irretrievable waste and contaminated sediments are dumped into our oceans. In the past, oil, nuclear, and chemical industries have done little for the protection of marine environments. And dumping on or under the seabed has always proved a convenient place to dispose of inconvenient wastes. Today's commercial fishers intensify this situation on massive scales. They use vast factory trawlers the size of football fields and advanced electronic equipment to track and catch fish. Huge nets stretch across the ocean, swallowing up everything in their path. These factory trawlers, coupled with our increased appetites for seafood, are emptying the oceans of sea life at an alarming pace. Already 13 of the 17 major global fisheries are depleted or in serious decline. The other 4 are overexploited or fully exploited. The recent outbreak of Pfiesteria, a microorganism 1,000 times more potent than cyanide, spawned from millions of gallons of raw hog feces and urine, poured into rivers, lakes, and oceans, turning their ecosystems into unflushed toilets, is proving the most alarming. Threatening sea life and humans alike, Pfiesteria has killed over 1 billion fish, the Southeast's largest fish kill on record, and it's spreading. Traces of Pfiesteria have already been found from Long Island to the Florida Gulf at distances of up to 1,000 miles. In fact, this water-based Pfiesteria invasion stands as one of the worst outbreaks of a virulent microorganism in U.S. history. It is a level 3 biohazard. Ebola is a 4. AIDS is a 2. And this bug mutated as a direct result of our mass consumption of animals, particularly pork. With hog farms fattening millions of pigs for slaughter, grain goes in and waste comes out. This waste finds its way into our oceans and water supply systems, contaminating the animals that live in it, as well as those who eat from it. Finally, whaling. Though the International Whaling Commission prohibited commercial whaling in 1985, many countries continue to kill whales for their so-called exotic meat. They use harpoons, firearms, blunt hooks, even explosives, or drive them into authorized whaling bays where they are made to beach and can be killed with knives in the shallows. But as though cruelty toward animals raised for food wasn't enough, we've also found ways of making use of them for all our clothes. Jackets, shoes, belts, gloves, pants, wallets, purses, and so on. The next question is obviously, where do our clothes come from? The demand for leather comes primarily from the United States, Germany, and the UK. Just about everybody wears it, with little or no thought of where it came from. Thousands of India cows are slaughtered each week for their skins, purchased from poor families in part of rural India who sell them only after the assurance that the animals will live out their lives on farms. To relocate the animals to a state where they can legally be killed, since cattle slaughter is forbidden in most of India, the animals must be shoed and roped together in preparation for a harrowing death march, which could last for several days. Forced to walk through the heat and dust without food or water, coupled with the sheer stress of this terrifying experience for them, many of the animals collapse and are unable to continue. Bear in mind that most of the cattle are being placed in a truck for the first time in their lives and are likely to be frightened, especially if they have been handled hastily or roughly by the men loading the trucks. The noise and motion of the truck itself is also a new experience, one which makes them ill. After 1 or 2 days inside the truck without food or water, they are desperately thirsty and hungry, especially since it is normal for such cows to eat frequently throughout the day. But when the cattle become weary and grow faint, the bones in their tails are broken in an effort to get them back up on their feet. This is done by repeatedly pinching the tail in several areas. Handlers must constantly keep the cattle moving, pulling them by nose ropes, twisting their necks, horns, or tails. They lead, or rather force, the cattle down embankments and in and out of trucks without ramps, causing injuries like broken pelvises, legs, ribs, and horns. Chili pepper and tobacco are also used to keep the animals walking. This practice is done by rubbing the pepper directly into their eyes in order to stimulate the animal back onto his or her feet. And all this before the slaughter. As many as half of the animals will already be dead by the time they arrive at the slaughterhouse. But to make the experience even more traumatic and terrifying, they are often killed in full view of each other. And instead of the required quick slice across the throat with a sharp knife, they are generally killed through hacking and sawing with a dull blade. Afterwards, the skins from these animals are sent to tanneries that use deadly substances like chromium and other toxins to stop decomposition. Remember, leather is dead flesh. It is dead skin, and therefore natural for it to decompose and rot away unless treated with such potent substances as these. And for people, the health effects of such chemicals and tanneries in lieu of the continued demand for leather goods is yet another issue. Ultimately, leather from Indian cattle make their way to clothing stores all around the world. Most major chains sell Indian leather. Leather that comes from completely different cows than those we eat. And what about fur? Over 100 million wild animals are murdered for their pelts every year, 25 million in the United States alone. These animals, obtained by hunting and trapping, are kept on fur farms in conditions like these. Naturally, these undomesticated, wild animals are not accustomed to being caged. And cage madness develops when frightened and frustrated animals are driven crazy from the stress of confinement. These wild, free-roaming animals and their offspring find themselves unable to live a natural life, can never take even a few steps or feel the earth beneath their feet. Instead, they are reduced to scratching, circling, and pacing endlessly. The physical injuries these animals endure on fur farms involve broken and exposed bones, blindness, ear infections, dehydration and malnutrition, exposure to freezing temperatures, lack of veterinary care, and slow death. No laws indicate the killing of animals on fur farms. Therefore, the least expensive methods are the most appealing. Carbon monoxide poisoning, strychnine, suffocation, breaking the neck, and anal electrocution are some of the more common methods used. Removed from his or her cage with a heavy neck pole, the animals walked past the rows of bodies of slaughtered foxes, sables, raccoons, and wolves, among others. Death by anal electrocution is a crude process that requires a probe to be inserted in the rectum while the animal bites down on a metal conductor. Oftentimes, this inept procedure must be repeated to actually kill the animal. And the skin carcasses seen here will later be ground up and fed to the animals still caged.
I don't have a favorite cryptid, but but if I did, it would be the smiling dude. Favorite of a vape pen? The one that gives me cancer the fastest, I'd say. Only logical answer.
How much is this run?
This is 49,500.
And so we move on to entertainment. Mark Twain once said, "Of all the creatures ever made, he, man, is the most detestable. He's the only creature that inflicts pain for sport, knowing it to be pain." In rodeos, bulls and broncos don't buck because they're wild, but because they're in pain. A belt, called a flank strap or a bucking strap, is secured around the animal's body over the genital area. As the animal leaves the chute, a tight jerk on the belt is enough to start him bucking in pain. Apart from other injuries animals incur at rodeos, such as broken legs, they're also worked up by being slapped, teased, given electric prods, and otherwise tormented to bolt out of the chute in a frenzy. Roping, as seen here, involves throwing a rope around the neck of a frightened animal running full speed, jerking the poor creature to a halt, and slamming him or her to the ground. Like any other business, dog racing and horse racing are industries motivated by a common denominator: profit. At fairgrounds across the country, animals are used to race, bet with, and spectate over. Training for these events is accomplished by withholding food and sometimes water. These animals, unfamiliar with their surroundings, the noise, the crowds, even what they're supposed to be doing, are all too often injured and discarded in pointless, trivial, outlandish contests designed to make profits and entertain. Besides loss of habitat, hunting is the #1 threat to wildlife today. Hunters kill over 200 million animals every year. Deer, rabbits, and squirrels top the list of desirable targets. There is no denying it. If hunting is a sport, it is a blood sport. The targets are living, and they undergo violent deaths. Fishing is also a death sport, wherein the non-human animal suffers. Researchers have distinguished that fish show pain behavior the same way mammals do. Anatomically, physiologically, and biologically, the pain system in fish is virtually the same as in birds and mammals. In other words, fish are sentient organisms, so of course they feel pain. For those who think fish die gentler deaths, consider that their sensory organs are highly developed. Their nervous system's complex. Their nerve cells very similar to our own, and their responses to certain stimuli immediate and vigorous. When going to the circus, rarely do we stop for a moment and consider what incites an animal to do something unnatural, even dangerous, such as jumping through flames, balancing on one foot, or diving into water from shaky platforms high in the air. Animal trainers would like for the public to believe that animals are coaxed into such behaviors with the promise of rewards. But the truth is that animals perform because they fear punishment. In essence, circuses condemn animals who are wild by nature to live out their days isolated in tiny, barren cages, denied normal exercise and socialization, shuttled around from place to place, and shackled in chains for up to 95% of their lives.
Elephants are taught to perform with positive reinforcement and never hit.
Never hit. Never will you see anyone use the ANCUS as anything other than a guide or a tool.
No.
No!
No. No.
Dominance, subservience, and pain are integral parts of the training process.
Hurt him. Don't touch him. Make him scream. If you're scared to hurt him, don't come in his room. When I say rip this fucker, you know how I am about touching him, right? So if I say rip his head off, rip his fucking foot off, what does that mean? It's very important to do it, right? You know, when he starts squirming too fucking much, both fucking hands, boom, right under that chin. Sit, and you better back up. And when he fucks around too much, don't grab that leg. You fucking sink that hook and give everything you got. When it's in there, go. When you hear that screaming, then you know you've got their attention. I hear them all. Do it on the road. She's gonna fucking do what I know. That's just fucking way it is. All right. Becky! Becky! Why do they
We know animals feel. They feel fear, loneliness, and pain, just like humans do. What animal would choose to spend their entire life in captivity if they had a choice? Zoos. Are zoos valuable educational and conservation institutions? Sure, zoos are interesting. They're only educational in the sense that they teach a disregard for the natures of other living beings. Besides, what can we learn about wild animals by viewing them in captivity? Zoos exist because we are intrigued by exotic things. And to zoo goers, zoo animals are just that, things. In both cases, at circuses or zoos, wild and exotic animals are captured, caged, transported, and trained to do what humans want them to do. At best, the term bullfighting is a misnomer, as there's little competition between the sword of a nimble matador, which is Spanish for killer, and a confused, maimed, psychologically tormented, and physically debilitated bull. Many prominent former bullfighters report that bulls are intentionally debilitated with tranquilizers and laxatives, beatings to the kidneys, and heavy weights hung around their necks for weeks before a fight. Some of the animals are placed in darkness for 48 hours before the confrontation, then are released blinded into the bright arena. In a typical event, the bull enters and is approached by men who exhaust and frustrate him by running him in circles and tricking him into collisions. When the bull is tired and out of breath, he is approached by picadors who drive lances into its back and neck muscles, twisting and gouging to ensure a significant amount of blood loss and impairing the bull's ability to lift his head. Then come the banderilleros, who distract and dart around the bull while plunging more lances into him. Weakened from blood loss, they run the bull in more circles until he is dizzy and stops chasing. Finally, the matador, this killer, appears, and after provoking a few exhausted charges from the dying animal, tries to kill the bull with his sword. And this bloody form of amusement is bullfighting. The pleasure derived from all of these activities and sports, a communion with nature, some would say, can be secured without harming or killing animals. The commercial exploitation of wildlife erroneously assumes that the value of wild animals is reducible to their utility relative to human interests, especially economic interests. But wild animals are not a renewable resource, having value only relative to human interests. That perception can only be that of a speciesist. Nevertheless, these practices exist only because we do not take seriously the interests of other animals. In this light, are humans not the most callous speciesist of all? The term vivisection is used to apply to all types of experiments on living animals and is said to be a form of medical science. The reason for experimentation of this type is to allegedly discover cures for human ailments and illnesses. But those who hope to find remedies for human ills by inflicting deliberate sufferings on animals commit two fundamental errors in understanding. The first is the assumption that results obtained on animals are applicable to mankind. The second concerns the inevitable fallacy of experimental science in respect to the field of organic life. Since animals react differently from human beings, every new product or method tried out on animals must be tried out again on man through careful clinical tests before it can be considered safe. This rule knows no exceptions. Tests on animals are not only dangerous because they lead to wrong conclusions, but furthermore, they retard clinical investigation, which is the only valid kind. Just remember the fact that any disease deliberately provoked is unlike any disease that arises spontaneously. Unfortunately, such methods still sail today under the flag of science, which is an insult to true science, as well as human intelligence. And so, vivisection applies to medical experiments done with the administration of noxious substances, electric or traumatic shocks, unanesthetized operations, burns, drawn-out deprivations of food and drink, physical and psychological tortures that lead to mental imbalance, infections, and so on. Head injury research involves partially or fully conscious baboons strapped down with restraints and their heads cemented into a metal helmet which will be thrust at a 60-degree angle at a force of up to 1,000 Gs. The purpose of this experiment is to simulate auto crashes, football, boxing, and other head-related injuries. And this process is often repeated again and again on the same animals. And finally, military research. This one speaks for itself. From sending monkeys into outer space and testing atomic blasts on helpless dogs to exposing primates to nuclear radiation. 20 years ago, the number of animals dying of tortures through the practice of vivisection was astronomical, estimated at 400,000 per day worldwide, and growing at an annual rate of 5%. Today, that number is almost beyond comprehension. 19,000 per minute, 10 billion per year. Some uneducated persons pretend to know that less intelligent animals don't feel pain the same way we do. In truth, we know very little about how specific animals may feel, except that they must also submit to the universal law that causes every organism dying by unnatural means to suffer greatly before that final release. But it's nonsense to say that animals do not suffer because they have a lower order of intelligence. Pain is pain, conveyed by nerves to the brain, and there are other nerves than those of intelligence. Nerves such as sight, smell, touch, and hearing. And in some animals, these nerves are much more highly developed than in man. We know that there has never been an epoch in which we can learn something about the physiology of man by torturing animals. We only learn something about animals. And if there is something we can learn from them on the psychological level, it is not by means of steel or electricity, much less so through psychic violences. The systematic torture of sentient beings, whatever the pretext and in whatever form, cannot achieve anything more than it already has. To show us what is the lowest point of debasement man can reach. If that's what we want to know. Ignorance is the species' first line of defense. Yet it is easily breached by anyone with the time and determination to find out the truth. Ignorance has prevailed so long only because people do not want to find out the truth. "Don't tell me, you'll spoil my dinner," is the usual reply to any attempt to tell someone just how that dinner was produced. Even people who are aware that the traditional family farm has been taken over by big business interests, that the clothes come from slaughtered cows, that their entertainment means the suffering and death of millions of animals, and that some questionable experiments go on in laboratories, still cling to a vague belief that conditions cannot be too bad or else the government or the animal welfare societies would have done something about it. But it is not the inability to find out what is going on, as much as a desire not to know about facts that may lie heavy on one's conscience, that is responsible for this lack of awareness. After all, the victims of whatever it is that goes on in all these awful places are not members of one's own group. It all comes down to pain and suffering, not intelligence, not strength, not social class or civil right. Pain and suffering are in themselves bad and should be prevented or minimized, irrespective of the race, sex, or species of the being that suffers. We are all animals of this planet. We are all creatures. And non-human animals experience sensations just like we do. They too are strong, intelligent, industrious, mobile, and evolutional. They too are capable of growth and adaptation. Like us, first and foremost, they are earthlings. And like us, they are surviving. Like us, they also seek their own comfort rather than discomfort. And like us, they express degrees of emotion. In short, like us, they are alive. Most of them being, in fact, vertebrae, just like us. As we look back on how essential animals are to human survival, our absolute dependence on them for companionship, food, clothing, sport and entertainment, as well as medical and scientific research. Ironically, we only see mankind's complete disrespect for these non-human providers. Without a doubt, this must be what it is, to bite the hand that feeds us. In fact, we've actually stomped and spit on it. Now we are faced with the inevitable aftermath. This is evident in health reports due to our over-excessive consumption of animals. Cancer, heart disease, osteoporosis, strokes, kidney stones, anemia, diabetes, and more. Even our food has now been affected, and at its very source. With antibiotics used to promote weight gain in animals who can't gain weight under the stressful, overcrowded living conditions in factory farms. With the overuse of pesticides and insecticides, or artificial hormones designed to increase milk production, litter size, and frequency. With artificial colors, herbicides, larvicides, synthetic fertilizers, tranquilizers, growth and appetite stimulants. It's no wonder that mad cow disease, foot and mouth disease, physteria, and a host of other animal-related abnormalities have been unleashed on the human public. Nature is not responsible for these actions. We are. So a change is inevitable. Either we make it ourselves, or we will be forced to make it by nature itself. The time has come for each of us to reconsider our eating habits, our traditions, our styles and fashions, and above all, our thinking. So if there's any truth to the age-old saying, what goes around comes around, then what do they get for their pain? do we even give it a second thought? If what goes around comes around, what do they get for their pain? They are Earthlings. They have the right to be here just as much as humans do. Perhaps the answer is found in another age-old saying, and one equally true. We reap just what we sow.
We reap just what we sow.
So of course animals feel, and of course they experience pain. After all, has nature endowed these wonderful animals with well springs of sentiment that they should not feel? Or do animals have nerves in order to be insensitive? Reason demands a better answer. But one thing is absolutely certain. Animals used for food, used for clothing, used for entertainment, and in scientific experiments, and all the oppression that is done to them under the sun, they all die from pain. Each and every one. Isn't it enough that animals the world over live in permanent retreat from human progress and expansion? And for many species, there is simply nowhere else to go. It seems the fate of many animals is either to be unwanted by man or wanted too much. We enter as lords of the earth, bearing strange powers of terror and mercy alike. But human beings should love animals as the knowing love the innocent, and the strong love the vulnerable.
Impossible Whopper meal?
When we wince at the suffering of animals, that feeling speaks well of us, even if we ignore it.
Pepper? Yep, now
And those who dismiss love for our fellow creatures as mere sentimentality
Thank you.
overlook a good and important part of our humanity. But it takes nothing away from a human to be kind to an animal. And it is actually within us to grant them a happy life, and a long one. On the heath, King Lear asked Gloucester, "How do you see the world?" And Gloucester, who was blind, answered, "I see it feelingly. I see it feelingly." Three primary life forces exist on this planet: nature, animals, and humankind. We are the Earthlings. Make the connection.
There we go. And that's Earthlings. An amazing documentary that just shows how brutal fucking life is on this war-soaked planet. Everybody just goes about ignoring it. Every day. It costs billions.
Oh, damn.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Just to answer the question, how many kids have to die?
He's gone.
Who?
Marco.
Mm-hmm.
Are we still smoking once you're done eating those fries? Waiting for them to leave.
Sure.
Some girl that was like in Burke offered to help me carry like 5 shirts and like my vodka bottle upstairs. Both my hands were full. And I was like, I'm good, but thank you.
Fair enough.
You don't need to rush. Can I have some Swedish fish?
Sure.
Are you going upstairs? You go there because I got Taco Burger.
on a big Ferris wheel for you to say, shut that thing off. The price is going to happen. 1 million people every year are going to kill themselves. That's the price for your little life adventure. Millions of people are going to die of malnutrition and starvation. That's the price of your little game you're playing. You have a delusion in your head, an addiction. You think the heroin is worth chasing. Rational brains look at the thing and they say, why would you do this? Why would you get yourself addicted to a silly Cheeto and pay this preposterous price to go chase your Cheetos? Your moments of satisfaction in this existence are just that, little trivial, silly moments of joy. Ooh, I outsmarted my next door neighbor and fucked his wife. Little, Scrooge-esque, Ebenezer Scrooge-esque glory moments where you're, I stole 50 cents at the store. I mean, the little bullshit that gives you a jolly is just that. It's bullshit. It's been there, done that. Been there, done that. It doesn't do a damn thing for anything else but you. Your deluded psychology, your deluded need. Okay? It's your need that's the problem. It's not the Frankensteins that are the problem. It's you making them that's the problem, fucker. So you're just going to ignore the subject, right? You're just going to pretend that human life has meaning, and because you say it, and you have enough of you to say it, that means it's the truth. So you're just resorting to what? The argument from popularity? You're not making a rational argument explaining exactly what the function of life is in the universe. You're not explaining what itch it scratches, what comfort it gives the universe, what need it serves, what need it satisfies. Nothing. Because it doesn't do any of that, shithead. It accomplishes nothing. It's a car that just spins its stupid wheels, and it does it at the price of these misanthropes you speak of. And would you call all of them misanthropes? All the people who would say to you at the end of their life, I'd rather not have been? Every one of them, Jack Kevorkian, we could go down the list, there's Schopenhauer. It's probably a pretty long list of people. When you ask them at the end of their life whether it was worth it, they would say, no, I really wouldn't do that again. I did the best I could with it, but yeah, it was kind of just bullshit. Just a big, giant pile of bullshit. This little fantasy you think life is. Life is brutal. Absolutely brutal. It has these pockets, these packets of just harsh, unrelenting, merciless brutality. And especially at the end of life, where it starts to take everything from the individual and gives them nothing back. Gives them nothing. Just takes and takes and takes. And for you to just talk like everybody who thinks this is too messy, too sloppy, too imperfect, to be just without even question, just keep marching the march, just keep doing what we've always been doing. Be a good little goose stepper, be a good little flag waver. And you know how fucking ignorant you sound to anything with an intelligence?
We have this consciousness thing, and maybe we both agree it's just an illusion. I mean, our perception of it. It's just an illusion. It's just a manufactured thing of our brain. But like Einstein might say, it's one hell of an illusion. So it doesn't really matter that it's just something our brain creates as something we think. Therefore it is. No. Just because we think it is doesn't mean it is. And so consciousness itself has no substance, but it's the most substantive, non-substantive thing in the universe. So I'm still saying suffering matters. I'm just saying it's all just something that's manufactured as an illusion inside of a consciousness. The consciousness itself is an illusion. We have an organism, DNA, our whole colony, the whole machine. The blueprint is to build one of us, and it's really good at doing that. It's been building machines a long time. Also remember, too, that all the changes that take place are just a function of errors. There has to be an error first. So we don't copy ourselves properly. There we have evolution through that process, through not making exact copies. Let's put it that way, through some sort of mistake being made in the new construction. New construction is somehow not what the old constructions were. We hit the wall of the evolution in the sense that our brain is capable. It's a functional tool. And now what has to evolve is the intelligent means, the ideas, the knowledge base is now evolving. So this is another theme I'm always preaching on. It's that it's a completely different evolution, new evolutions by different rules. The brain is built to do reasoning, to be rational, to glean the truth, to solve puzzles, and to solve them accurately. It's not built to solve them inaccurately. So over time, our knowledge base is going to be gleaned by that mind, that brain that has a prejudice towards reality. So over time, we will become realists. You know, our knowledge base will become more and more accurate as we glean out the crap, the delusions, the false notions. Unfortunately, though, now we're stuck because if we look at the puzzle of our own existence, you know, if we intellectually look at the puzzle, the maze, we're stuck because you're going to try to say that somehow the maze is doing something. It's a car. The maze is going to get up and zoom somewhere. It's going to turn into a transformer. You know, the maze is going to turn into a transformer and fly through the universe to go cock-a-doodle-doo. And no, it's not going to do that. The maze is just sitting there. The only game in town is what the innards are doing, the guts. The guts are the only thing playing the maze, the little pieces. They're the only thing with any incentives, with any built-in structure. It's not applicable to a car. There's no DNA for the maze. It's the function. There's no instrumentation that requires the maze itself to function in any way whatsoever. So it won't. The entire thing is a byproduct, not of some force building the maze, but of that consumption and reproduction built the maze. That's the origin of the maze. And so there's nothing to make the maze do anything. It's only intent to consume and reproduce the little creatures inside the maze. The parts are more important than the maze. The maze is not going anywhere. The maze is not thinking. The maze is not a brain. The maze is not a thing. It's not an organ like a liver to some greater beastie. It's just not. No evidence of that. It's not doing anything. It's not functional. It's only the parts that have any meaning. And that's our dilemma. We're now smart enough to look at the maze and say, pretty inefficient engine. Put in about 7 zillion gallons of gasoline, and it burns everything up in friction and bullshit and crap. It's just going to burn up in blood and guts and pain and misery and suffering, and you'll have this little bit of moments, these little perfect moments for this huge volume of value put into the maze. If it was some other creature, an alien species, and you were the god looking over the maze and saying, see, both of them are living in shit, miserable lives, tons of work, broken backs, cut off fingers, dying coal mine, this, that, cancer, horror, misery, suffering. Yes, they're butt fucking each other, a little having some fun. It was your game. If you were responsible for it, you didn't have any personal attachment. I don't think you'd have much of a problem saying, let's close that experiment down. That's my argument. One motherfucking sick fucking experiment. The greatest delusion of all the delusions in this whole mush is the delusion that we have something to accomplish in the universe. There's nothing to do but scratch our itches.
I'm one of you. I'm a machine, okay? I've been built by nature. I know what passion is. I know what want is. I know what desire is. But I've also known since I was a kid that I'm an asshole, that I'm a fucking cunt, and I can admit it. I can say I'm maniacally so. If I can work it out where I can sleep with my neighbor's wife, yeah, cool, I'm going to do it. If I can fuck somebody over without getting caught, yeah, I'm going to do it. That's the nature of the fucking beast. We're made to see, not only to see advantage, but to grab it. Because we're made to compete, to fight. And the fight isn't a fair fight. It's just a fucking you win or you fucking lose. Somebody's getting eaten by the shark. Yeah, it's you or them. And you play the selfish them game. But again, we're smarter than this. We're not, we don't have to be blind little sycophant Borg members. We don't have to do our Pledge of Allegiance to the Borg. We can be smart enough to say, yeah, okay. I know what I am. I'm a piece of suck. And I'm not going to make more suck. Because it all sucks. All the little biological monsters are a piece of shit. And the difference is, though, is they don't know they're in the Borg. They don't have the knowledge. They don't have the capacity to understand. And we do, and yet you don't, because you don't want to. because that's inconvenient. So you're owned by you're too stupid to see how the word "for my convenience," that sentence, is immoral, unethical, indecent, disgusting. Your obligations are to the fucking truth. And the truth is not hard to see. It happens around you every day. It's on the news. You can find it. You can find what the slaughterhouse looks like. You can find what the pigs you eat, how they're living. You can see the chickens in their fucking goddamn life cage. You can see what happens. You can see nature anytime. You can figure it out for yourself. That, oh, yeah, I see all these little pretty birds flying around. And then you can know statistically, well, there's a truth I'm not seeing. Somehow the biosphere is hiding it. It's shoving all the little critters that are dying right now under the rug because they get eaten by the cat, or they get disposed of, they get hidden from view. The losers are eaten up pretty quickly. We don't have to sit around and smell the stench of the corpses. So we have this illusion that it's all healthy and fun. When no, it's not. It's brutal and dismal. If you have any fucking integrity, any decency in you, you should know truth matters. It's important. Because, yeah, what's at stake is torture. Torture. That's what we're playing for. This is the game of torture. I mean, there's no better gold medal to ever win in your life than the I-prevented unnecessary torture. That's the best medal winnable. That's the biggest prize. And I'm supposed to do something other than mock you people? Mock the fact that I even have to say this to other human beings? That I have to sit there and explain to you? It's evolution, retards. There's no God. There's no magical plan. There's no theory of, oh, it's all worth it because, someday we'll sit in the clouds and play dominoes and such. It'll be fine. Rub the rubies. It's laughable just how insipid the fairy tale is that you're living. The detachment from the reality. It's a big meat grinder. And you're just because you're sitting on top of the pile of meat, you think I'm winning. Yes, the ground seems to be sinking, but I'm winning. No, I don't want to kill anything. No, I don't want anything to die for me. I don't want anything to suffer for me. I don't want anything to get a disease for me. To pave the road for me. To be the road I walk on. To provide the skulls I step across as I go through this cesspool of shit. To get to my magical oasis of shit. So yeah, so Ephilism is just being a little bit realistic. A little bit. Because to be truly realistic, I can't even do justice to the horror of justifying defending money. It literally is. It's not a baby killer. I mean, who cares, right? Babies. It kills kids. It kills anything under the age of 18 in obscene proportions. Like 1,000 of them killed for one adult. That's the reality. And in horrible ways, brutally killed. Just say, okay, I'm addicted. I like it. Me needy. Me wanty. But yeah, me no have to be a stupid cunt. I can figure it out. I can figure out that, okay, I'll play out my silly addiction, but I won't impose more of it. That's too hard for you to say yes to that? Yes, let's play out our fucking goddamn obsessive. Let's go keep chasing our fucking heroin, but let's not create heroin addicts. Damn you people.
Unintelligent design is going to create huge volumes of waste and sloppiness. There's going to be paint on the walls, food on the floor, however you want to metaphor it, but the retard ain't going to do it right. And there's going to be a mess made. And that's the dilemma of the true atheist, is accepting the fact that he's part of a big waste engine, an engine that has 99 times more friction than function, crude forces in control of precious commodities. That's the real game. So all these little happy-pappy, sing-songy, pink balloon chasing, life is fun, 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 atheists
Oh, Jay.
are basically not atheists. They obviously think they're accomplishing something as being part of something's finger painting.
We should be awestruck at 4 billion years. We should be
Life is pain in my home
contemplating the idea
slice.
of these organisms eating each other. All the wrong ways things could have gone. I mean, the world still could be dominated by dinosaurs. It wasn't for a stupid meteor impact. There'd be no grace or beauty or dignity or art. It'd be a crude, dirty, ugly. It'd be a bug planet. Okay, that's what it would be. Life isn't all anything. It's a whole pile of shit that happens over years. That's the way we live a life, over a period of years. We know where 99.999% of life has been for the whole history of life on Earth. And it hasn't been contemplating the universe, hasn't been doing any of that crap. Tiny, tiny fraction, 1 grain of sand in a whole beach of time has been spent by human beings in the history of life, doing this high-minded conversation about how joyous and wonderful life is. Life is a reproducing, a replicating piece of DNA. A piece of DNA 4 billion years ago, through some mechanism, was rendered capable of reproducing itself. And that has just continued and continued and continued in all these manifestations for no rhyme or reason, to satisfy no purpose, to accomplish no destiny, to do none of that. It's just an accident of biology, of chemistry, to create what we call biology. If you take the broad picture of history, it's pretty dismal, okay, because we really haven't demonstrated much capacity to escape this idea that we're going to solve problems with violence. And that's going to be a real problem. As this technology gets better and better, and we have drones, and we have robots, and we have all this other crap, war is going to get insidiously messy. Conflict is going to get insidiously messy. And even these microbes and things can be incredibly destructive. You've got all kinds of weapons that are going to be out there in the hands of people full of hate. We haven't demonstrated any capacity or anything to fix this hate.
It's the sound of Uber. I'll be back in a bit.
I think pessimism is the rational perspective. It's all about these ideas anyway. It's about what you fill your brain with, whether you're filling it with nonsense and rubbish and wishful thinking and daydreams about a wonderful DNA ride, or a recognition that it's not a ride. It's a dumb molecule doing biological experiments.
One of the most difficult things for many to accept in the ethicist philosophy is that its proponents are in favor of bringing about the end of all life. The immediate reaction is to equate ending life with something ethically abhorrent, some kind of uber genocide or cultish mass murder. Unfortunately, the distinction between killing off life, that is, cutting lives short, and facilitating the dying out of life, that is, not creating new lives, is hardly ever understood. Too often, no matter what arguments are put forward, the response is simply, if your goal is to end life, then your plan is an evil one. The other thing which is ignored, however, is that all life will come to an end eventually. Like it or not, your subjective experience will end upon your death. Our species will, as a fact, go extinct, and all life will inevitably come to an end. So, what are the ethical concerns of extinction? There are three main concerns. Firstly, that it's bad to cut lives short by killing. Secondly, whether extinction is brought about naturally or otherwise, it may be bad for those who directly precede the extinction. And thirdly, some argue that the state of extinction is a negative one in its own right, due to the lack of conscious beings capable of positive feelings. The third point seems to be the most widespread belief, although it's also the dumbest. As mentioned in a previous video, the point of ethylism is to understand the situation or game that we're in. Understanding that there's nothing to be won. Life, at least for humans, is a combination of psychological mechanisms, keeping us motivated enough to believe that we're achieving something important on the one hand, and very real suffering on the other hand. Whilst it may feel good to chase carrots, aggrandize our purpose in life, or cheer on our favourite sports teams, it's simply a fool's errand to show that this is something that actually has positive value. That is to say, if you hadn't been brought into existence, the world would be a worse place for you not being able to watch Breaking Bad. On the other hand, the pain and suffering that you'll not only endure, but more importantly, unavoidably impose on the world is of real value. The sickness, heartbreak, grief, and death you will endure, as well as the adverse effects of the biosphere you eat, means that your existence will leave behind a foul stench. Simply put, nothing bad happens by not coming into existence, yet the bad is guaranteed by your coming into existence. Ergo, it's better not to come into existence. This applies not only to an individual, but also to a species and to all life in general. If we understand and accept that we're in a no-win game, we can then look at ways of stopping the game. This does not entail going around ending lives randomly in a fit of madness. We can ask the questions about ethical and rational ways of bringing about a clean and graceful exit. Not only can we do this, but there's also an ethical duty to do this. As humans, we are the only species able to bring about the extinction of life in a clean way. If humans were to die out, we would be left with the prospect of gladiator war among the animals until they're killed off naturally. A prospect worthy of huge concern and one which we have an ethical duty to avoid. But two things are clear. Firstly, all life is going to die out eventually. Secondly, the longer the game continues, the more harm there'll be. So what would an ethical extinction plan look like? Regardless of how this is done, there will be some mess. The goal is to minimize the mess as much as possible. The first thing would be to reduce the population of sentient beings. As unlikely as it is, if ethylism ever became widely accepted by humans, it wouldn't take long to reduce the human population. The ethical issues here would be that there would still be a need to create new humans for a few more generations to execute the extinction plan, and that these humans would be born and raised to fulfill a specific purpose. We would also need to reduce the animal population. We can drastically reduce the number of livestock animals simply by not eating them. If there's no demand to consume animals, then they will simply not be bred. If we were to stop animal farming completely, there would be an issue of what to do with 60 billion animals. Some might argue in favor of phasing out animal slaughter, and instead of stopping animal slaughter, we could simply stop animal breeding. Others who think it's too inhumane to slaughter animals may be in favor of developing and using widespread contraception, possibly introducing it into the water supply of animals. The contraception in the water method is another possibility for reducing the populations of wild animals, but it's undoubtedly a mammoth task in terms of practicality to attempt to reduce the number of animals in the wild, even if we do have some methods of ethical anti-reproduction. It may be a case where we have to accept that these animals will not be allowed to die out and will have to be killed off. This is an ethical concern and something of a mess, but it should be remembered that extinction is inevitable, whether it's controlled and deliberate or brought about naturally. If the tenets of ethylism are true, it's better that extinction take place sooner rather than later, and the ethical cost of killing off a species may be worth it if the result is that no new lives are brought into existence. To summarize, where possible, extinction should be brought about by dying out, but where dying out is not possible, species will have to be killed off. What would this killing off look like? For obvious reasons, the world would have to be left totally uninhabitable. The risk of allowing sentient beings to roam the earth, killing each other without anyone to press the off button, is one that can't be ignored. With current technology, we're nowhere near having the capability to blow up the earth. Some revolutionary discoveries, it seems, would need to be made before that becomes a viable option. Another possibility suggested has been to slow down the Earth's rotation so that it plummets into the Sun. This also seems like an idea in the realms of fantasy, as we appear to have nowhere near the technology capable of achieving such a feat. Whilst blowing up the Earth may be an impossible feat, making it uninhabitable to 99% of life forms is within our capabilities. If all our current nuclear weapons were detonated, it would put the Earth into a nuclear winter lasting some 2,000 years. This would kill off all life with the exception of microbial life and possibly some deep-sea fish. For many, even considering ways to end all life is unethical. Ironically, our current life-affirming civilization is flirting dangerously close to human extinction. Several factors, including the loss of global dimming, the firing of the Catherite gun, and the moistening of the upper troposphere, could bring about abrupt climate change. The possibility of nuclear war or the meltdown of nuclear power facilities also looms over us as a potential cause for extinction. The effects of climate change are alarmingly ignored, overlooked, or downplayed, and the all too common human life script of "it'll never happen to us" may just be our undoing. Although there'll be nobody to write the history books, humans will go down in history as the biggest waste, capable of reason, compassion, and understanding, but too owned by psychological addictions and selfishness. The only hope may be that human recklessness does enough damage that it may wipe out the other sentient beings along with themselves.
Hey, kind of a general overview video. Haven't done one of those in a while. Kind of want to kind of summarize 3 videos I did as response to Pyro on the other channel. I thought were pretty good, so it's worth taking some of that and just making it one video, hopefully. You know, there's a lot of people talking philosophy, but they're not really talking philosophy. They're talking gibberish. You know, they're using these words, phenomenology, and you know, novelty, and arisal, and what's that other one that's, well, anyway, they even got spirit in here, you know, spiritualism and all the rest of this, and they call that philosophy. And it has nothing to do with philosophy. Philosophy is about description. It's basically just the science of describing reality. The realities that aren't seeable, the ones that aren't necessarily tangible, the ones that have to do about what our existence is and how we got here, the descriptive realities, you know. And it's just a whole bunch of nonsense talk. So, you know, I just figured it's worth just pointing out what the facts are, the facts that we really have to deal with. And maybe some of them are disputable, and let's have those arguments. Let's argue about the basic facts, maybe. And let's argue maybe about what these facts mean, what the end conclusions are. But there's no point in arguing this gibberish nonsense talk, this spiritual wonderment nonsense, because there's nothing, none of that exists. There's no evidence of any of that in the real world. There's just evidence of our psychology being fucked up enough that we think we're so self-important that we have to create these words to make it all sound like it means something. And it's just a pile of crud. Well, anyway, so let's start from the beginning. So matter, yeah, so we have this, whatever, who cares? A bunch of reproduce, you know, whether the universe cycles, you know, whether it expands and contracts a million times forever and ever, or whether it's just one big expansion or one big contraction or whatever it is, doesn't matter. We know what matter is. It starts off as a lot of energy, and then over time, that energy bangs into each other, just keeps interacting with itself over and over and over again. It has zillions and zillions of interactions. And through those interactions, matter complexifies, okay? Through getting blown up in supernovas, the heavy metals are created and the elements bang into each other and create compounds. And then those compounds end up in special environments and they interact with something else and they become sometimes little machines almost, these compounds capable of doing interesting things. You know, some are very good at stripping, atoms off other chemistry, or they're good at splitting some other chemistry. I mean, they are catalysts in a sense to more and more intricate and elaborate interactions. But it's just matter reacting with matter. And then there's eventually what happened here is that, you know, we have this planet Earth and we have these complex compounds in the sea banging around in an atmosphere, and somehow, you know, in one of those interactions, a DNA molecule, a molecule almost capable of reproducing itself, of having some capacity to make a copy of itself, became involved with a cellular structure that made it possible to for the DNA molecule to basically have the instructions to create a copy of itself, a new piece of biology. So the reproducing membrane and the reproducing molecule somehow found a way to work. I mean, were combined, and through that combination created a mechanism that was capable of changing over time, evolving, and reproducing by itself. And its only agenda, though, was consumption and reproduction. It's a little machine. It's a little reproducing machine. It's just a piece of chemistry. It's just a reproducing chemical reaction. And it just, like I said, the agenda is simple: consumption and reproduction. And because it does this change imperfectly over time, then a new element is thrown into this mix, because over time, the evolution will be selected. There'll be a force of chance that's going to be imposing itself and saying, of this variety that takes place, of these varieties of changes that take place, it will select which changes will be accepted and rejected. And so now we have this thing called evolution and natural selection. And so that takes place for a couple more billion years, and then we start having more and more complexification, which is the nature of matter over time. You keep throwing things at a wall, some of the stuff will stick, and the wall will end up with a mass on it. And over time, that happens to every organism as it develops through its history. It becomes more sophisticated, more complex. That's the odds. That's the natural incentives of the natural selection process. And so eventually an organism's created control mechanisms. Obviously, it would be advantageous to a little machine that's trying to reproduce itself, trying to consume enough stuff to reproduce itself, to have control mechanisms that made it possible for it to navigate its environment and do that consuming and reproducing more efficiently. And eventually those control mechanisms turned into a nervous system, and eventually a key moment 2 billion years ago or whenever, it created a system that was, created this thing that we now know of as consciousness, this thing called a feeling. All right, not a reaction, not a direct reaction, but instead it was a feeling, and that feeling could be reacted to by the rest of the nervous system. And so it created a delay, a system of checks and balances, whatever you want to call it. It's another layer of sophistication in the control mechanism. So it's almost a new kind of evolution, because now the control mechanism is actually evolving. Like the biological body itself, the control mechanism is on its own evolutionary path based on how constructively it compels the organism. But it's kind of like firing a gun. It's like you could pull the trigger, and in the old days, the bullet would just shoot out. But now with this new organism, you pull the trigger and it thinks about it. Okay, it says, oh, do I feel good or bad about shooting a bullet now? Is it a nice right time or wrong time? It makes a decision, and then it'll decide to either shoot the bullet or not shoot the bullet. But the trigger is no longer directly connected to a reaction. There's now a more elaborate process that takes place. It is still deterministic. It's still just a mechanical process of a chain of cause and effect. But now that the cause and effect is elaborate, because it's going through a whole system of checks and balances, of yes and no switches to decide whether or not something will be done, because the reflexes are essentially being turned on themselves. And so now the organism is reacting to its own reactions, okay? And that's complexifying its behavior. And so another couple of billion years of evolution take place, and we start having organisms that have very complex psychology. And we have these manifestations of the feel good, feel bad sensations, like desire and want and need and ambition and jealousy and love and attachment and grief and loneliness. And we have all kinds of nuance, because there's all kinds of reflexes pushing on the little sense organ at our core, the little capacity to feel a good way or feel a bad way. And the nervous systems develop to push on those motivating pillow of sensation in new and elaborate ways to create organisms capable of interacting in their environment in a very intricate and complex way, because it's advantageous to be clever and interesting in how you deal with your reality, especially when you get to be organisms living on the level of the biosphere we're living on. It's a complex environment, and it's good to have a complex nervous system capable of dealing with the nuances, dealing with the variability of the environment. One day isn't the same as the next day. One day it's raining, one day it's not raining. One day it's warm, one day it's cold. We have to adapt to all that. And having a developed and fancy nervous system makes you more capable of dealing with that. But that's what we are. And so now we have this complex organism that took billions of years to create, but that's all we are. We're just a complexification of matter that has this unique, this interesting feature of sensation. Okay, we're capable of being harmed. We're capable of feeling horrible. And we all know what that word means. We can't describe it any further than that except by conveying to somebody else the actual feeling. You can't describe a feeling. You can only say it, here, taste it. Only a sentient creature can understand what a sensation is. It's not something you can intellectualize, but we know it's there, and I think we can agree it means something. It has certain value. You don't want suffering existing in yourself, obviously, but you can also draw the conclusion that it's no good anywhere else either. It's not a good thing for stuff to suffer. It's intrinsically unpleasant. There's no, but what the word doesn't really mean anything, because it only means something to something that knows what a feeling is. And so there's people who are going to sit there and say it doesn't exist because we can't describe it in perfect language. But we just have to agree to disagree with those fucktards. It really isn't that complex. We can understand that feelings, there's a quality to life now. Okay, life isn't just a machine. There's something more now, because it's vulnerable. It can feel. So it's a qualitative difference.
All right. There's really no reason to keep engaging in a conversation with Hawthorne Day. He's got issues, with his anus. Anal issues that are just so bad that you just don't want to go there. It's just a horrible mess. So he's complaining about draw his first blood, blah blah blah. I'll draw second, fifth, 10th, 500th blood. You're insane. Sorry, you're fucking insane. And your rhetoric is excessive and extreme and unsensible. And I really, who wants to do this parsing? But I'll say the only value that's come out of it is my just now realization that a lot of people complain about it, metaphorical or analogous, and I'd say these words are probably analogies, not metaphors, being an inappropriate way to argue. And I was just thinking of the word poster child. It's a concept now. It's understood as a concept. I mean, there was a first poster child, and then it became a poster child. Poster child is essentially a poster child for poster childness, or for analogies that become explicit concepts. So there are analogies and metaphors that are so clear in their interpretation, so direct, so unobscure in their statement, in what they're saying, what they're describing, that they're no longer fables or stories or metaphors or myths or some other thing. They are explicit statements. So I suppose I would argue that words like cannibalism are now it's no longer an analogy, to use the word. It's like murder. Well, that was murder, because you had to clean some ditch up or something. The understanding is so explicit and so clear that it's not an analogy or a metaphor anymore. It's a statement. But regardless, so that's valuable. I think it's worth understanding that there are some cliches, some bits of words, some combinations of words that are very explicit in what they're describing conceptually. And that's really my focus, is conveying concepts. Concepts are what we're attempting to convey in the truth of language. Language really is about describing the very function of logic, which is description and category, property and category. And yeah, and I think I do that very well. Anyway, so there's value in this. As much as I have to concede it's irritating, obnoxious, and I can't stand listening to this crap. You always find some, unfortunately, there is redeeming value. Okay. Whether in the original context of that statement or analogy or not. Yeah. Silver linings and such. Again, like I said, these are not inexplicit statements. But again, I'm going to defend my statement here. You sat there. I mean, I could play your entire clip saying that I acknowledged and I accepted that somehow this word is invalid, and I did not do that. So that part of your statement is a lie. There's no way you could interpret my statement as anything other than a rebuttal against your accusation that the word was used excessively metaphorically or metaphorically in any catastrophic sense. And that's what I clearly defended. And now you have just become a poster child for your duplicity. Okay? In the sense that you people are constantly accusing me of manipulating your clips, and yet you sit here, deliberately manipulate a clip, clearly, just overtly, to deny me the right to say my contextual statement. You're deliberately abusing my sentence structure to your advantage. I mean, this is just duplicitous, hypocritical, and can only be evidence of very poor character on your part. Yeah, very poor.
That the word cannibalism was in some sense metaphoric or figurative.
So anyway, your argument wasn't that it was in some sense metaphoric. Your argument was that it was catastrophically metaphoric. So again, another deception, another lie. He's saying now I made a concession on this word cannibalism, which is just a lie.
Here it comes from the previous video.
Again, I played the entire clip in my video. I'm not gonna. I mean, if I have to play it again, anybody watching it will clearly say, just like anybody who says, well, that guy was a, blah, blah, blah. And then they say, well, wait, okay, not a blah, blah, blah. He was a blah, 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 blah. And you just totally denied the fact that I added a whole contextual description that I am going to validate the secondary definitions. I'm going to use them like millions of other people do every fucking day. And I'm not going to have you tell me I can't use a word because you have some anal problem with it. Cannibalism, okay, there's some metaphorical content in the sense that it's not cannibalism in the strictest use of the word, where can you distort a clip any clearer right in the middle of the sentence? I mean, right in the middle of the sentence? I mean, you're pathetic. So I'm not going to play I'll play whatever, a little bit more of this, and then I'll come back. But I mean, it's a 30-minute video, and I'm not going to give this guy this much time.
because he's frankly just not fucking, he's not earning it. This is obnoxiously silly.
And there we have it, boys and girls. Need I say any more?
No, you don't need to. Just have some more conversations with Quinta, who's going to end up being what, your only supporter here, I bet. You know, a guy who calls the cops on people on the internet. And you know, another guy of outstanding character by your standards. Fuck.
I must say, those are the most egregious examples of Mendham maligning my character. But it actually begins ever so subtly with him laughing and saying that, oh, this discussion is going nowhere, and trying to portray me and my strategy of dialogue as irrelevant.
Again, I'll say it's insane. I'm sorry. You don't sit there and start a dialogue with somebody by saying, well, you know, these 4 premises, well, they're all metaphors. Fuck you. I mean, that in itself was silly. The expectation that, oh, yeah, well, I'll just agree that's all nonsense talk. You know, why don't you just throw the word evolution away? Evolution is conceptually vague, right? I mean, you know, without some details, you know, you could go all kinds of little directions with that word in terms of whether, you know, and even the concepts like natural selection. Oh, well, that implies agency and blah, 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 blah. Well, it only does so to a non-scientist. You know, why don't you just destroy every word in the vocabulary until people can't talk to each other anymore? Yeah, that's insane. I'm sorry. It's fucking insane. Especially in the context of 4,000 videos where I have extensively defined the words as I use them.
Just to lay the foundations of the undermining of and suggesting that I am a person of poor intellect and should not be regarded.
Whatever. I've not said that. I've said you're a person of swollen anus. Anyway, heightened anal sensitivity. Probably don't know. I mean, it's probably too American a reference, but being anal means, yeah, you're a putz. Yeah, a nerd putz. You're a nerd times the speed of light squared. Anyway, I get back to this crap. A nerd with a black hole. Yeah, metaphorical language. Ooh. All right, so at least we're 9 minutes. Maybe I'll play some of what's coming. He's on the word cannibalism again. So see what he says. Poor intellectual traits. I don't know. I tend to say I've said in videos before that I think you are intelligent. I just think, yes, you've broken your own intelligence by twisting it in knots and not having, I guess I'm going to make the accusation of not having any real intellectual honesty as a principle, because this is just intellectually dishonest what you're doing. It's intellectually dishonest to pretend you don't know what cannibalism means. Yeah. You called it a waste of your time. Well, no, I'm saying it's a preposterous waste of my time to sit there and play vocabulary games in a discussion. This is about the content of the statements, not whether I have proper sentence structure or some other bullshit. And this is bullshit. I'm not going back to grammar school and having an argument with some crazy woman in a funny hat about whether I have too many verbs in my sentence. Fuck you. This is bullshit. For his, he talks about my style. Again, yours is the style that is failing to communicate. You know, I don't have to embrace your bullshit. It's that simple. You think my bullshit is bullshit? Well, fuck you. Your bullshit is just twice as the pile is 5 times, a million times the speed of light squared bigger. Effective. He says he claims that he conceded the effectiveness of my style, my use of these metaphors, and yet in your video you clearly said, "Well, we can just discount this sentence. The whole sentence is now void because the word cannibalism is used, and you can't do that." You did that. You struck your finger through it and put a X, a red mark on it. You did that. Go watch your own video. You discounted the entire statement. So don't tell me you made any concession because your actions are speak louder than words. There we go again. So I have cause. Just play your own clip and quit. Just bullshit. So let's just play a few seconds and see if he says something.
You know, in the sense that he uses it is figurative.
So again, if you use the second or third or fourth definition of some words, it's figurative now. It's not explicit. I'm saying the concept of cannibalism is explicit. Everybody understands conceptually the concept of kind on kind exploitation or abuse or use. It's perfectly valid use of the word, and it's just idiotic for you to oblige me to make non-lyrical sentences less hearable, less brain-friendly sentence structure to placate one anal nerdy fuckhead. I'm not going to do that. Sorry, you're going to have to do a little bit of work, anal fuckhead. Take the anuses out of your ears and play fair. You know what the word cannibalism means. Damn it. I know you do. You know what the concept of cannibalism is. Just pathetic. Anyway. So he just keeps making these accusations, and while he accuses other people of making accusations. So he's called my use of the words as loaded, and with this accusation of some sort of pejorative, deliberately pejorative. And I've already stated this, I'll state it again. There's no way to say it nicely. I mean, you could. I suppose you could say something insanely stupid to make incest sound like something other than incest. You know, I had an example in my head, but I've lost it. So you know, but yeah, we all know that you could sit there and try to deliberately and willfully change the meaning by changing, you know, the interaction. You could describe rape as some sort of, you know, communication between people. You know, you could do that, but I'm just saying, there's, for the sake of this argument, to end this argument completely, I'll say, go ahead and rewrite my statement for the anal crazy fucks of the world and just put kind on kind exploitation as the description. He thinks the word exploitation is invalid. Let him try to make that figurative language. I mean, it's clear that that's all that's being done. One animal is being sacrificed, kind on kind sacrifice. You want to call it that? So you want to change the language for your suitability? Change it for your suitability. But I'm not going to presume the rest of the human race too stupid. Should I do that? I mean, there's some. I suppose there's some purpose in writing everything for retards. But again, that can be patronizing. So there's a danger there also. So anyway, but he keeps saying he's won a point, which is just so obnoxious when clearly I'm arguing his point. I'm saying you haven't won anything, asshole. I'm standing here, fuckhead. All right? You doing your little dance in the ring, okay, when my gloves are still on, I haven't hit the canvas yet, is bullshit, all right? Because I'm going to punch your face in. You know, get anywhere close to being honest. Throw an honest punch, and I'll knock you the fuck out. This is just clearly bullshit. You know what these words mean? If I gave you a fucking polygraph test, you would fail if I say things like cannibalism and you claim you don't understand its meaning. If I say poster child and you tell me you don't understand the concept, you'd be lying. And that's all you're doing here. You're lying to evade the meaning of the sentences, to play games to evade. You're not playing by Marcus of Queensberry rules. You're cheating this argument all over the place. And that's simply and plainly what you're doing. You're a fucking cheater. I'm sorry to have to tell you that. I'm sorry if it hurts your feelings. But if you look deep inside yourself, you know, from the Hannibal, oh, she's just going to get the call from Hannibal. If you look deep inside yourself, okay, you're going to see the truth. And the truth is you're playing a fucking goddamn literacy game in the middle of a conversation about something entirely different. And it's bullshit. So let's play a little bit.
And subscribing to intellectual standards. Clearly, you know, removal of parts is mentally connectable with the idea of flesh eating. Okay. Now it may be that you could.
Well, look, even his dopey definition, the eating of flesh of an animal by another animal of its own kind. So it's even using the word kind. You know, shit. So the definition is itself a bit vague, don't you think? Providing a bit of room for expansion, kindness versus species. Yeah, I think you're going to be in trouble right there, shithead. Let's play a little bit more.
Could argue that removal of parts is exploitation, but it is stretching the definition.
Says you. I don't think there's anything. Oh, there's Hannibal making the call. Dr. Lecter. I'm having a friend over for dinner. He's a classy guy. Anyway, unlike this fucker, you could get a fair fight from old Hannibal. Sort of fair. Once you don't like it, you're in trouble, but you know, you deserve it. It's the way it goes, fuckhead. So anyway, again, there's just no point in arguing this to pieces. Don't use the word cannibalism. Use kind on kind use. Kind on kind. I mean, frankly, it is consumption. If that makes it clear for you, kind on kind consumption. I don't care. But you're an idiot. This is idiotic. I'm sorry, this is idiotic, and that makes you an idiot. But yeah. Just goes on and on. So anyway, he concedes to the word. He accepts or suggests replacement of the word cannibalism with the word exploitation, which is okay. I think it's likewise pejorative, but I would argue that it lacks the depth of the word cannibalism in the sense the word exploitation does not describe the nature of the exploitation, which is often in nature where you are exploiting something that is in fact better than you, as with a parasite infecting a great organism and having its skin fall off. So it doesn't say anything about the depth and breadth of the invidious and insidious nature of the exploitation. So fine, for your sake, use that word. I'm going to continue to use words that I think are more descriptive. And you've offered, as I've stated, all you've done is say you can't do this. This is somehow inappropriate. And yet you've not suggested the more appropriate, more descriptive language. Not even anything close. Not something that's you're giving me something better. You're not even giving something in the ballpark. Not even something I can compare my language to and say, well, this is why my language is better. And yet you're claiming authority. You're saying you've won a point, and you've won nothing if you have nothing in the field. If you have no players on the field, you can't declare victory. It's a perfect game because I didn't throw any pitches, and so they couldn't hit the ball. Yeah, well, sorry, that's not the definition of perfection, buddy. So now he's back on the words on the commodities one, the precious, blah blah blah. So I'll play a little bit. He's going to change the subject now. It's great.
Some embodiment one way or the other, and the statement that I would be more inclined to accept, is about his value conceptions. Just try and find my note on the sentience's value. Yeah. So this statement is a concrete statement, and I'm prepared to deal with the concrete statements. So this again, straw manning my position.
It's not straw manning your position. You're just illustrating the fact that you're playing games. I mean, clearly, all you have to do is put this statement ahead of the other statement, declare it a premise, and say you don't move forward till you accept these premises. If you don't accept a premise, then the premise has to be argued or the conversation is ending. The logical chain can't be maintained if there's premises you reject. I'm saying that if you accept this premise, then the language of my precious commodities is clearly describing this circumstance, and you can no longer have an objection to it. It's describing this circumstance. I mean, again, you know this. So I'm saying I can only call you deliberately dishonest in this intellectualism. It's intellectual dishonesty, and it's not even the kind of dishonesty that is game playing and manipulation. This is a willful effort, a willful, deliberate effort to deconstruct with the purpose of confusion and distortion and obfuscation. This is obfuscation at its worst and most glaring. So I'll make that accusation as hard and as firmly as I can make it. There's no way you don't understand these words. There's no way you don't understand the use of these words in this context, and you're just trying to find a technicality, some bullshit like the guy's pant leg is too long or his sock is the wrong color, and call yourself the winner. And it's bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. Nasty ass.
Testing 1 2.
Well, just watch the last 5 minutes. All right, so we finished. So just more style complaints. That's all. Some expectation that there might be an apology that I owe him for something. No, sorry. Even this whole first blood argument is just so bogus. Again, he's the one saying I was deliberately using pointed and pejorative language, already compromising the intellectual integrity of my statements. So this is just bullshit. And we'll leave it at that. I think I've made my points. There's nothing else to say here. I can't do this. Like I said, this communication is going to be tedious beyond belief. If you're going to play these games with words, the meanings are understandable. If you want more, I can give you more definition of the words and how I'm using them and why I'm using them. I'm never afraid to do that. If you want the sentence further explained, I'll further explain it. So this is just bullshit. And again, it's just a waste of time to go inside the sentences. The whole point of this logic is to go outside the sentences and put them from a bigger picture together. Dissecting the individual words is a waste of time. It's a waste of time. Draws first blood. And again, I know what that means. Yeah, you say first blood to somebody, they know what it means. We don't need to dissect that and disqualify that statement, do we? Is there any point in somebody doing that, saying, "Oh, that title's invalid because that's a metaphor, an analogy. It's not really an explicit statement, so it's no point in saying it." Of course, there's a point in saying it. They understand the meaning is simple. It's understood what it means conceptually. 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 I'll say it slower. Will that help you if I talk slower? Anyway. So yeah, now he says he's going to move on to the imposition argument. Key factors in the imposition argument is acceptance of this game analogy, and that the game has been recognized.
They're resing. They are resing. Yo, Trent, what is boppin'? We're big vibing, playing Apex Legends. We were watching vegan stuff and, vibing watching vegan stuff and apholism stuff, but now we're just big vibing. Waiting for Uber to do its thing. To go bing ding ding. Give me a ride. Uber this late at night? Hell yeah, man. It's when all the big bucks happen. Late at night when all the drunks are out. They need rides home and they respect someone who's willing to drive them. So they'll tip you good, especially when they're wasted. Yesterday, I drove two ladies home from a bar, and then they were talking to two dudes, and then they were like convinced the dudes to go into the car with us to the hotel because they stayed at the exact same hotel apparently. And the ladies convinced the dudes to give me a $20 tip. Or if they throw up, well then I guess I'll cry a little bit on the inside, and I'll have to get my car cleaned the next day. But hopefully they'll never throw up in my car. I mean, that might happen, but if it does, I'll get it cleaned. $20 is nice, yeah. Fuck. Ah. God damn it. I tried. We have this lifeline, our team's just like flicking her bean in the corner, just not helping at all. Well, okay. God! Okay, I'm going into duos. It's more reliable. You don't have to rely on two people. You have to rely on just one person. If there was solos, I'd do solos, but there's no solos in Apex Legends. These people are stupid. Order Chinese takeout? Nah, bro. I had Italian wedding soup with some vegan meat, and I had an Impossible burger for dinner. So I'm all stuffed. I'm full. I'm good. I don't need no Chinese takeout. But maybe tomorrow I'll get some Chinese takeout. But then I have to check to see if Kevin's parents' restaurant has vegan options. Because if they do, then that's bound to. Basically, one of my friends parents own a Chinese restaurant, and so I'm like, I'll have to ask Kevin. Yo, Sam, does Kevin's parents' restaurant have vegan options on their menu? And if not, they really should. What are they doing? You have an Asian friend? I mean, he's more of an acquaintance, but yeah, I have an Asian acquaintance. Despite the fact that the Chinese are imperializing the United States, I'm friends with one. Just my mom's just like, what the fuck? But remember, they will hack our infrastructure and take all our money. So you gotta be you don't want to let them in. So it's not racism. It's just preventing the economy from collapsing and being taken over by a foreign nation. Everybody else just like this sounds. You can have veggie dumplings and spring roll. Oh fuck yeah! They might have some stuff like that there. Yeah, veggie dumplings and spring roll. I'll have to look into it. Huh? That do sound kind of tasty though. Huh? Now we need to find an alternator. Testing 1 2. Here we go, we're back to working. Yo, dude, if you find an alternator, let a homie know. I could use an alternator. Yo, where's an alternator? Oh my god. There we go. Finally. Took half a round. Over half a round. It's only 8 squads remaining. fuck happened to you? Your mom, I hope you know you made us lose by dying in such a pathetic manner. God. You're just gonna roast your team, make them realize life is pain. There's no laying off. You get your ass pounded just like I pound your mom. His name was your mom, so you know you had to make a your mom joke in there. Testing. E. Just below an O's. Cause I'm a hoe. Let's look at people on us. Oh goddamn. Testing 1 2. Holy howdy do, we're just big vibing as usual. Ethics, trying to convince people of veganism / vegetarianism. That means basically veganism plus hunting and fishing. Yeah, just the usual, just jiving with folks of the world, trying to convince them to do good or do what needs to be done. Anyway, it's just another day in paradise. Another day in paradise. I'm Chewbacca. So, back from Uberin. Good shit. Made $20 basically, and an hour. No, under an hour. I was gone for like half an hour, I guess. So $20 in like a half an hour. Pretty good shit. $10 cash, $10 on the Uber app. And now we're just big chilling again. Hmm.